I believe electric is the future for performance and the planet. My name is Ellis Spezia. I'm a 15-year-old American electric racing driver. I'm living over here in Europe right now for this season, competing in 4 electric karting series, and next year I'll drive in the first all-electric Junior Formula Series. So I call my racing career passive activism. I care about the environment and climate change, but I can express it in a way of doing something that I'm very passionate about, which is driving really fast. And electric motorsport lets me do that. It lets me show my care for the environment while still doing what I love. I think the best way to inspire a new generation of electric drivers is just to keep putting it out there. And I can kind of help that as a driver by doing my part in showcasing all these electric karts and electric race cars. And I think that's the number one thing that's going to bring in a new audience.
Hi everybody, I'd like to welcome you all to the Green Racing Summit. My name's Lewis Appiah J. I'm a racing driver and I've been racing since the age of 7. I'm really passionate about it and my dream is in the future to become a Formula 1 driver or a Formula E driver. I first came across racing electric karts through the Formula E Schools program. I convinced my school to buy an electric kart kit and we spent the best part of 6 months designing and building the car. Our efforts were rewarded with a race at Goodwood and I have to say it's probably the best experience I had in secondary school. The whole experience left a lasting impression and convinced my 12-year-old petrolhead self to give electric racing some serious consideration. After all, it's much more sustainable than traditional racing and there's a good chance that it's the future of racing altogether. So I'd like to shout out the Green Power Education Trust who supplied us with the e-racing kit. Keep up the good work and keep inspiring us to take more steps into making motorsport more sustainable.
Hello all from the Green Racing Summit. I'm Bia Figueiredo, race car driver. I raced in IndyCar Series, IMSA Series in the US before, and it's great to be part of the event. I'll be watching. It's always great to see racing being a laboratory for the future of the mobility. We have series now racing with electric cars, hydrogen, testing many kind of energies that will definitely help our planet to be better and the quality of the population also to be better. So thanks for invitation and I'll be watching. Bye bye.
Hi everyone, Jamie Chadwick here. I hope you're all well and enjoying the summit. I'm currently racing in a championship called Extreme E with Veloce Racing. The championship is all about promoting environmental awareness, using sport as a platform and promoting, the technology of electric racing vehicles all over the world. It's really exciting. It's all about educating the younger generations as well to be more sustainable, which is fantastic, and also supports the other championship that I'm racing in, which is W Series, which is promoting gender equality. So yeah, it's all about inspiring the next generations, doing our little bit and helping promote sustainability.
The consequences of climate change are affecting millions of people across the planet.
Cities worldwide are going to become uninhabitable.
Extreme E is an all-electric off-road racing series with a purpose, raising awareness of the devastating effect climate change is having on our planet, and fully electric off-road SUVs.
In climate change, there cannot be one winner. Everyone needs to win, or we all lose.
Racing in some of the most remote and damaged areas on Earth.
We're really seeing what the issues are, but then importantly what we can do to help be part of the solution, making this world better for the future as well.
To tackle these demanding locations requires one of the most robust racing cars ever built, the Odyssey 21.
The car feels insane.
To have immediate power when you touch the throttle pedal, it's proper exciting to drive.
With some of the biggest names in motorsport behind the wheel and a 50-50 split male and female driver lineup, teams will go wheel to wheel on the most extreme terrains in the most extreme temperatures, driving the most extreme vehicle. backed by a team of industry-leading scientists to guarantee we not only race without a trace, but we leave a lasting legacy at every location.
Wouldn't it be great to be a part of something that really does make a difference?
This is fierce and exciting racing with the future of our planet at its heart. This is the greatest adventure of our time. This is Extreme E.
Welcome back, and sorry if I had issues in the past. In my first intervention, I had some Wi-Fi issues. So thank you so much for bearing with us. Very interesting videos, and I'm happy to introduce Jule, the moderator of the panel. And Jule, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you so much, Guillaume. Hi, everybody that I can see and everybody that I can't see. My name is Jule, and I will be leading you through this panel today. But I think it's much more important who we're going to be talking to, because we have some very, very exciting guests here who are going to tell us all about how electric racing is promoting and developing a more sustainable world. I'm going to start in the order that I can see, so don't be offended, please. We have Michele here from Enel X. If you want to say hi.
Hello, everybody. Very glad to be here. Michele Cecchini, head of motorsport for Enel X. Pleasure, great pleasure.
Thank you so much. Then we have Dr. Cristiana Pace, head of the Sustainability Working Group at the eSkooter Championship.
Hello.
Is it just me, or is everybody else also just cut out for Cristiana?
Yeah, technical issue apparently, yes. You're not the only one.
Okay, well, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Amazing. Yes.
Okay, sorry for that. I always have technical issue. Who knows me knows.
I know. And then we have Xavier Gavory from Pure ETCR joining us today.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you for inviting us. Yes, I'm the director of the Pure ETCR, promoted and organized by Discovery Sports Events.
And then last but certainly not least, we have Julia Fry from Extreme E with us.
Hi everyone. The eagle eye will realise it was meant to be James Taylor from Extreme E, but he's unavailable, so you get me, which we're actually born on the same day of the same year, so almost the same person.
Basically the same thing.
Yeah. I run communications for Extreme E, so I'm very happy to be taking James's spot, and yeah, look forward to the chat. Thank you.
Yeah. My name is Jule. As I said, I am Sustainable Strategies, Partnerships and Engagement Manager at Enovation Consulting, and let's get the party on the road, I would say. Obviously, we're talking about how electric racing is promoting and developing a more sustainable world. And I think we can probably all agree that the racing series that we have present here and a couple of others have been doing and are doing and will be doing an excellent job at promoting a more sustainable world, but we need to be talking about how to develop that as well. And I think the kind of premise that we're starting into this panel with, that I am very happy to diverge from later, is that the racing series are probably more on the promotion side of things, whereas Michele, you personally, is more on the sort of infrastructure, how we actually developing this, how we then taking what we are promoting into the real world and integrating that into actually developing a more sustainable world. So that's the kind of premise we're working with here. If anybody disagrees, do let me know in the comments. Also, if you have any questions, I have a bunch of questions here, I have a big list, but if you have any questions for our panelists, please just pop them in the comment box and we will do our very best to integrate them. And yeah, let's start with Julia, if you're okay with that. Julia Fry. We've seen it in the video just now, and I think everybody's kind of read and heard a lot about Extreme E by this point. I think Extreme E has taken a very interesting approach to promoting a more sustainable world by putting a much less sustainable world on display. Can you just kind of walk us through the thought process behind that? How does it work? What were you thinking? And what's the kind of feedback you've been getting?
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess it's important to note from the beginning, this whole vision really started with Formula E, of course. It was founded by Alejandro Agag. Our big brothers across the way really paved the way for electric motorsport and started this movement. And obviously Formula E specializes in city racing. And at some point during his time setting up Formula E in its early seasons, I guess Alejandro saw an opportunity to go further and get out of the cities and take the narratives, beyond that to a more extreme, hence the name, narrative. So the idea of Extreme E is to shine a spotlight on remote environments and their climate challenges, and just kind of really help us understand why it's so important to think about our own actions. Because it's not just those people living in those communities that are responsible for the climate issues they're facing. It's all of us as a global community, and we need to learn to take responsibility of that. So our plan was to go and actually see these remote environments that we maybe don't normally get to go to every day. So we've been to Saudi Arabia this year, and not just the cities, but out into the deserts where not many people really get to go. We've headed up to Greenland, so we were there on the ice cap just last month, which is an incredible place to go, which again, we read about all the time, but actually going out there and getting to take our drivers and our teams and our partners to go and see it firsthand, it really brings it home. And of course, as ourselves as Extreme E, we're brand new, our audience is still growing. We've actually got a smaller audience than most of our teams and our drivers who are much more established. So I think it's really important to actually take the people that have these huge followings and is seen as very influential and literally the biggest names in motorsport, taking Jenson Button, Carlos Sainz, the teams from Andretti and Chip Ganassi out to these places to really educate their audience. That's where we start to have real change. The situation is that almost 30% of global emissions come from our transport sector. So we feel we have huge responsibility for mobility to really transition to cleaner solutions. So yeah, it's all about trying to really get very visual about it. Talking about things that are very far away from us is hard to understand unless we actually go there, speak to the people on the ground, show what's going on, and show why it is all of our responsibility. And why motorsport? I mean, sport is one of the most powerful platforms for reaching people. and many more people watch sport than choose to watch a science documentary, for example. So people might not be choosing to learn about desertification, the reasons for rising sea levels, the melting of the ice cap, but they love motorsport. So if we can sort of wrap up the messaging within a sport and something that they're really interested in, we feel like it's a very important way to engage people in important messages. And the more we do that, the more we take responsibility. All of us are part of this future fight against climate change. And if sport can play its part, and if motorsport can, which has traditionally not been seen as the most environmentally friendly activity, we certainly think we can change that, and that sport can really play a part in that. So yeah, it was important to go to these different places and be very, very, very visual about how we tell our story. And I guess the feedback has been pretty phenomenal. We've had huge audiences. We've been averaging 17 to 18 million people watching our first 3 Extreme E races. We hope that will continue to grow as we build. But the feedback is that they love watching this different concept of sport, and they feel very engaged. And people I speak to either in the street, strangers that I get to know, kind of like to ask them, have they heard about it? Some, have various kind of experiences with it, but those that have been watching it say it's brilliant for families. It's very good for young audiences, and bringing not just educating motorsport audiences, but bringing new audiences into our sport as well, which is crucial. So yeah, I mean, we're 3 races in. We're still learning and developing all the time, but firstly to be able to even start this series in the middle of COVID was a massive achievement. But as long as we continue to progress and build, then I think we're on to something very, very exciting.
So it's almost about bringing the problem to people's living rooms that they might not be able to see if they aren't actively seeking out the information.
Yeah, absolutely. The key part of Extreme E is the broadcast concept. We're not taking thousands of people to these locations and being a spectator sport on site, it would have been a new concept before COVID hit and we all started operating behind closed doors. But that will always, when COVID goes away, which we hope, not too distant future, we won't be talking about it daily, but we will always remain a non-spectator sport. But the broadcast is key. We can, as you say, take the show into people's living rooms. It's the best way to watch it. So yeah, we're all about reaching as wide an audience as possible, making it as entertaining as possible to watch, because if it's not, then people won't watch, and that's key to us. But yeah, it's about trying to bring people into those locations and get it as close to them as possible.
Thank you. Xavier, I think there was something in what Julia just said that probably rings very true to pure ETCR as well, which is the sport and motorsport and the emotion, the passion, the intensity of motorsport and its fans and the fans' commitment to it being a very, very powerful platform for sustainable change and for sustainable messaging and communication. And I could be wrong here, but from what I've been seeing, reading, watching about pure ETCR, you're very much aimed in your branding at those existing motorsport fans who know the closeness, the intensity, the being close to the action from WTCR, and kind of want to see that in any other sport that they might follow, and just trying to convert them into electric racing in a sneaky approach from the back. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, there's nothing sneaky, I promise. Yeah, definitely we share a lot of things in common with Extreme E, and I guess with all the member of the panels here and the existing and future electric racing or electric races. I really liked something, we have this witness or these words from a few very young drivers. I really like the one from Ellis from the US. He's 15, he's very talented, and he has said that we commonly have to bring a new audience. And he also say that I would do my part, if I'm not wrong, but it was something like, I would do my part if I can showcase electric racing and if I can showcase electric karting. So that's definitely a mission we have. And to get back on your point, if you like motorsports and you like racing, you will love the pure ETCR, definitely, because it gathers all the ingredients that make WTCR and touring car in general so popular and exciting. It's door-to-door battle, bumper to bumper, extreme intensity. We have this endless acceleration you mentioned as well. So it's we wanted to put a flat out racing from the beginning to the end. There's no power management, so it's the best. It's the best that touring car can offer with the best drivers of touring car. So definitely people and motorsport fans will love the Pure ETCR. We are a brand new series that has been created in 2021. The first races happened in 2021. Obviously, it was supposed to start in 2020, but for the same reasons as anybody else, we had to postpone the beginning of the series because of the COVID. But now it's on track. It's going to be a World Cup from 2022. So on top of the excitement brought by the category itself, the electric technology today not only offers us the endless acceleration, but also give us the possibility to run rear-wheel drive on our touring car, which is very different from the normal TCR cars, and they can go up to 500 kilowatts. So 500 kilowatts maybe doesn't ring bell for the motorsport fans, but it's the equivalent of nearly 700 horsepower. So it's a Bugatti Veyron, but on a touring car. So it's extremely impressive to see. It's extremely fun to drive. That's what all the drivers say, that it's very fun to drive, and you can feel it on screen. So to get back on your question again, the Pure ETCR definitely is made for motorsport lovers, but not only. We need to keep in mind our first mission, which is to promote electromobility to a larger audience as a global social responsibility somehow. So to do so, we needed to bring a brand new sporting format to attract new generations of fans, a younger audience, women, everybody. So because once again, it's a common goal, and everybody has to be touched. So for this, we on the format we are playing on a kind of a video game style. We bring drones flying over the track, which is unprecedented. We have a battle format like a kind of a Grand Slam tournament. We have sprint races and short format, so you can watch it on your mobile. You can get in and out. You watch one battle, you watch another one, you stop, and then you get back on it. You show live. You watch live. You watch highlights. So there's a lot of possibilities, and we want to make things fun, attractive, and for a large audience. So with our car, I think we can prove it, that electromobility is fun, that electromobility brings emotion, and we can prove it, especially because those cars are the sporting versions of the cars you can buy on the street. So it's very easy for people to say, okay, I love this car that I can see on track, I want to buy it. And that's the goal at the end.
And I guess differently to Extreme E, obviously not this year because of COVID-19, but in general, your plan is to bring people very, very close to these cars as well, be able to touch them, smell them, actually see them and be immersed in the event, right?
Absolutely. I think that's something we have in common with rallying. It's touring car and rallying are the most popular sports practiced by a lot of enthusiasts around the world and followed by fans. So the part of the DNA and the spirit of the touring car and the WTCR, and we duplicate the same on the Pure ETCR. We want fans to come very close to the cars. They are able to see them, to touch them, to see that it's safe. Things are very easy. And we have this massive structure in the heart of the paddock, which is the energy station. And in the energy station, people can see the cars being recharged. So after each battle, the cars go in the energy station, they are recharged, they're not hidden in the boxes. So it's very easy for people to see how fun and how easy it is even to recharge a race car that was 270 kilometers per hour a couple of minutes before. You can bring it to the energy station and recharge it.
And I guess that's also partly because they are so similar to the cars that you can then actually buy. Obviously, I mean, as much as I would love to buy an Extreme E car, that's probably not going to happen because parking in London.
You can, but it's more complicated, yes.
Yeah. Another series that obviously you started this year, there's another series that's on this panel that's actually starting next year. And in terms of being able to buy that specific thing or relating what you see on the racetrack to the specific thing that you might be using are probably somewhere in the middle between the two series that we've already talked about. Cristiana, you are head of the sustainability working group at ESC. And I think firstly, we probably need to establish what that means. So what is the sustainability working group? And secondly, like, how does that tie into ESC and into its vision of a more sustainable future? Because what I understand from eSkooter is very much built entirely around sustainability in its vision and what it's doing, events, everything.
So I would say I would actually swap around the question. So first is what is eSkooter? Because not many people possibly have heard of eSkooter Championship. So it's obviously a new championship that will start next year and promote safer, green and more livable cities. And it's a championship that is not just funded on sustainability, but is also education, advocacy, safety, and is all based on micromobility. And the fact the micromobility industry is growing and is changing due to the pandemic as well. Lots of new micromobility mode of transport are existing. So we kind of sustainable per se, in the sense that we got possibly a smaller footprint of what is an Extreme car or an ETCR car. But also it's not just having a smaller footprint, we want to be a lifestyle event. So we wanted to communicate people, go to city and trying to also create this dedicated knowledge network for stakeholder, for governance people and policy people to come and talk about micromobility that at the moment is very unregulated industry, and there is a lot to do with it from a safety perspective, from a sustainability perspective, from governance perspective. So that's actually bring me how the working group, the sustainability working group linked to it. When this concept started, it's kind of like we kind of quickly realized that in motorsport, you normally have got things like a safety working group that is dealing with the safety of the device. You got a sporting working group that does the rules. Then you got technical working group where you're discussing the nitty and gritty of the technical things for the regulation. But it doesn't seem to be a safety working group that is writing sustainability working group that is writing the sustainability rules into the code and mandate them. And that's because I personally think that is because lots of sport have grown from being sport to be sustainable rather than being born sustainable. So the idea of the sustainability working group is bringing together the stakeholder and the ecosystem of the championship to discuss how we can make the e-scooter, the championship, more sustainable, but not only that, to enforce it. So it's kind of like one of the peculiarity of the sustainability working group that has got the same power of the technical working group, and is not just something that is there to suggest something, is there to mandate something. So and I have to say I'm really honored to be like the chair of the sustainability working group, but at the same time I think it will be quite a hard position to be in the next year when we got the championship and when someone will be fined because it's not sustainable. So in that way of enforcement, I think has got a very different role, this sustainability working group.
So it's basically, you're sort of like the sustainability police.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we want to be a police. Mm-hmm. We want to be the people that enforce best practice and the people that build best practice with all the stakeholders. So it's not really something to enforce because we'll be actually in the DNA of all the stakeholders of the championship, of all the drivers, of all the teams, of everybody else that has been decided they wanted to be part of this championship. That is one of the main things.
And just to make sure I understand and everybody else understands what the actual racing is, it's the e-scooters that we all know that you stand on, that you don't want to go over cobblestones with, but at 100 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, it's correct. And if someone is wondering about the safety, that's perfectly safe. We got a safety working group headed up from Andy Mellor, that was an ex-FIA safety person, and we got crash tests and everything. So what we are trying to do with the working group at eSkooter is actually to influence micromobility regulation on sustainability and safety.
Cool. And I've seen pictures. Everybody's like full gear and like really.
Yeah, that's all part of safety.
Yeah,
and that is one of the biggest points, you know, like when you see these kids with the e-scooter around, of course, the e-scooter that you can buy, they don't go to 100 kilometers per hour. But if you see the kids and the people around that don't have helmet, it's not regulated what you can, they don't have number plates. So it's not really regulated, the industry. So we want to be a driver for the industry to actually do better, be more sustainable, be more safe. That's what the championship want to be.
Thank you. Michele, so we're talking about all of these electric racing series that are promoting great things for the future of mobility, promoting great things in terms of micromobility, faster, better, cooler electric cars, and a transition towards electric mobility. However, I think we all also know that all of that is also going to need the right infrastructure. It's going to need the right grids. Can we do this? Where is this energy going to come from? And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that's sort of where Enel X comes in. So I guess my question to you is, like, in your opinion, what will be important and necessary physically and in mind shifts to actually implement the things that are being promoted and to actually make that shift? What do we need in our infrastructure?
What I think is that all these programs are really exciting. You know, they do crazy things. Extreme E, ETCR, eSkooter, very difficult, very different application, very different requirements, but they have a common thing, that they want to do something extremely sustainable and extremely oriented to the use of a clever use of energy. And this is a very difficult task. It doesn't come without a huge effort in terms of, you know, technology, combination of things, and so on. And we have been working with most of them, and I can tell you that in order to manage this energy transition and to be fully sustainable, and, you know, keeping in mind that we all want to create renewable ways to produce energy, green energy, the mix is the key. The combination of technologies, the way of integrating them, the way of making them flexible and adjustable to what are the requirements of the different championships. This is the trick. And testing, developing, using them together, working with them, testing new solutions. We have seen the hydrogen application, we have seen charging, fast charging application, we have seen whatever can be used in the championship in order to do better and more sustainable is what, as Enel X, is what we want to do. In the end, you know, for us, all these fantastic programs are laboratories. We talk to these guys and we tell them, why not doing this? And they say, yeah, let's try this. And we do a bit more. And we try and we try and we try. And in this way, always keeping in mind that in the end, the real vision of what we want to do is to make a sustainable motorsport in the future, is to improve the technology, mixing them, and making whatever we are doing much more oriented in the way of using better the resources that we have. Because this is the key, using better what we have. It's a sort of, limiting and optimizing what is available without wasting anything, especially talking about energy.
Thank you. I think that's a great point, because and it sounds like the main thing you're doing is you're actually learning with them, right? And you're going into a dialogue and you're trying to progress, because we cannot right now know whether in 2030, when all of these regulations come in, we're going to have everything we need. We don't know, but we can go step by step and develop it as we go. So we set ourselves up as well as possible to be at that point when we need it.
We do. I would say that we do both. We have a long-term roadmap. where we think that the market, at least the mass market, will go. But with these guys, we can try to, perlustrate and investigate other possibilities, understanding other applications, because it's really hard in this moment to have a clear path for the next 10, 15 years. It's clear where we want to go in terms of attitude. It might be that along the way, something will be different or will be changing. So it's really important to have this fluid discussion with all these players to make sure that we are adjusting the industry. We represent the technology, the industry, and we need to make sure that we are listening everybody. And these guys especially are experimenting a lot. And we want to make sure that everything is, brought back into the market.
I want to take a step outside of the actual racing, because obviously the racing on track or in the sand, if we're Julia, then that racing is one part of it, but there's a whole ecosystem around it. There's a whole system of suppliers, of circuits, of everybody who's around the racing that we actually see. And obviously, making and developing and promoting the sustainable future has to, in a sense, also include those people. So first of all, I want to start with Julia, because there's something that you as Extreme E do, which is leaving a legacy at race locations with your sustainability committee, which, if I understand correctly, is about tying in local communities into what you do and leaving a legacy where you go. And then I think at the same time, we can also tie in a question that we've gotten from the audience into this, which is about the logistics of Extreme E, which, if not everybody knows, are quite special because it's a big ship, a very big ship. And I believe the question is, do you believe that it will ever be feasible to apply these logistic solutions to other categories? I think that might be hard for you to answer, but just in general, nope, it's not. Okay, great. In that case, I will.
Yeah, well, we'll start with that one first. And I saw Zhao's question come in. So yeah, more than happy to take that. I think we absolutely want to be a test bed and an example for others to use. We don't want to, do things and then keep it very close to ourselves. We want to do things and share and shout about it, because I think it's much easier to do things differently when you're new and you're able to write your own rules. It's much harder to change behaviors and adapt looking back in history. So we feel like we're in a really privileged position to be able to be a test bed. And, we are quite a small footprint as well. So if we can test things out at our level and share our learnings, then that's really where we want to see success. So in terms of what other events like F1, WEC, WRC, MotoGP, wider sports in general, I hope can do. Hopefully, not everyone can buy their own ship and transport everything around a ship. We've specifically tailored our season so that we have just 5 events because of that, because it does take, a month or so to get between events. So that's a hard part. But what people can do is look at, the other things we're doing. So maybe capping team members, maybe trying to do remote broadcasts, because we reduce our footprint a huge amount by having a London-based studio. Doing a live broadcast involves a lot of people, but it doesn't have to be done on site. I don't know if people know, and if you follow Extreme E, but our commentators have never been to an Extreme E event, and you couldn't tell, because we have to keep them informed and involved as much as possible. But that's all done from London. So there are ways of reducing footprints on sites. We strictly cap the amount of people that our teams can have on site. So it's about 9 people. So 5 mechanics and engineers, 2 drivers, a comms content person, and a team principal. That's the absolute lightest we can get on teams. But when everyone's facing the same challenge, it's part of the event. We also look at our waste. So plastic, we use biodegradable plastics if we have to use them, with a company called Polymateria, who are truly innovative, and their plastics fully break down within a year to 18 months, depending on the plastic used. We also, in Greenland, for example, we know that Greenland has it has challenges with recycling. And what we didn't want to do was come in, double their population in this small village and then leave a ton of waste behind. So we actually asked everybody, including all of our drivers, to bring their own cutlery, their own plates, their own coffee mugs. And we provided washing stations, which used water that had come from actually melted off the ice caps. We weren't using any other resources there. For actually just simple question, will people bring their own cutlery? Will they wash it up? And they did. And everyone really enjoyed that. And we saved about 35,000 pieces of waste just by doing that. There's simple behaviors that we can ask our fans, ask our ecosystems to adopt just to bring about huge reductions. We also look at the way we power our operations. So the cars are charged. We create our own fuel source on site. We create hydrogen using water and solar. And then we also look at the way our paddock behind the scenes is powered, and we use second life batteries. So that there are all sorts of things that we can do, and we're just trying to be that test bed and share our learnings. So we probably need to share more regularly, get more involved in these kind of discussions, and let people know what we're doing. But we're very open to that.
I think the whole using every part and looking at every part of every aspect of what you're doing, every part of structure that you're using, and kind of making sure that is that also works within the bigger framework of sustainability that you are applying to your championship is something that also very much applies or is going to apply to eSkooter, if I'm not mistaken, even to the scooters themselves as well.
Yeah, that's correct. It's like obviously we're going to race next year, and we are already looking into logistic and the lifestyle events and all the reduction things. But I think the first things we have been done in the last year is actually to look at the e-scooter, electric scooter itself. So we got a fantastic partner that is Umicore, and they are really well renowned for actually urban mining material and not man mining material that goes into the battery. So we've been looking at that particularly with them, and how we can make every piece sustainable. But also we got another fantastic partner and part of the sustainability working group that is Bcomp, and they do natural fiber. For example, I know that Extreme is using them as well. So it's kind of like this natural fiber is quite well developed, the use of it in the market. So rather than using carbon fiber, is using like natural fiber that is grass and resins. So, and then it's kind of like when it breaks, it's not a problem to recycle it, because you can just send it to actually become like energies. So it's kind of like we'll be looking at all the parts of the scooter itself, and embedded in the championship and in the ecosystem sustainable partners for dealing with each part. And I think it's a very big learning curve for all of us, because some of the things are not always as easy as they appear to implement, I would say, especially when you aim for really high technology to develop and things like that. But everybody has been fantastic, and the electric scooter itself that we have been presented is possibly one of the I would say lower carbon footprint machine, but also like a circular economy. We had this idea of circular design for the electric scooter, and that is what we've been applied since a year now.
So Extreme E is racing, and eSkooter will be racing on specially designed for that event, kind of they're now gone tomorrow circuits. Whereas, if I'm not mistaken, pure ETCR, much like WTCR, is racing on existing circuits. Is that correct?
We have a mix. We have a mix. So we mainly want to go to historic circuits, because it's that's where most of the motorsport fans like going to, and that's a very easy way to reach countries and reach fans. But at the same time, we have street circuits as well. So we had a street circuit in Copenhagen this year, and we're gonna have 2 more street circuits next year. So it's a mix.
Okay, because where I was trying to go with this, where I was trying to segue into, was that if we're looking at the wider ecosystem of racing, then obviously the most important part, or one of the most important parts in terms of the infrastructure that you need for it, would be the circuits. And the question that I was going to ask both Michele and you is, what issues are you seeing? What's happening? What issues are you seeing? How do you think they can or should be addressed? Because obviously most of these circuits, or a lot of these circuits, have been there for a very, very long time, and they've always been there for internal combustion engine racing. So that's a big change that needs to happen. What do you think is happening, needs to happen? Where are you seeing issues? Both of you, whoever wants to start.
Who goes first? Xavier. Go ahead.
No, you can start.
Okay.
Up to you.
Okay. The point, as you say, the point of the racetracks, they have been along the way specialized. They have used themselves to deal with petrol solution. Now they are very well optimized to run those kind of things, and to transform them in the new era of energy has a lot of difficulties in terms of infrastructural difficulties, especially how to produce energy, but not only how to distribute energy into the final applications. So then we start with the topics that we mentioned during the discussion. What sort of renewable solution it's more effective for them? What sort of a solution can be used in the specific situation? And moreover, the big discussion of the racetracks must be related to the regulators, the federations. Normally, what they do is they try to follow their market. Their market is driven by the federations. And as long as we don't have clarity of what is the trend of the market, they will struggle in defining what sort of energy solution they will have to use in the future. And we know that many things are coming, new championships with new requirements and so on. So again, the difficulty for them is to understand where to go. And that's the reason why we are here with the championships, in order to guide them as much as we can into the right direction.
Yeah, the automotive, you're totally right. And the automotive industry is living a real revolution, and motorsport is living a revolution as well. And all the circuits have to adapt themselves, because they know that there will be more and more electric racing in the future. And that's not an easy task. At the Pure ETCR, we select as well our circuits for their commitment towards sustainability. So we have been to Copenhagen this year, because Copenhagen will be the first carbon neutral capital city in the world by 2025. So it's nearly tomorrow. We have been to Vallelunga in Italy, which is one of the most advanced circuits in the world for its power supply, and they managed to produce 110% of their energy capacity, so they can even distribute in the surrounding, in the neighborhood, the electricity they don't use. So this is completely part of our commitment as well, and our sustainable commitment. The way the circuits are selected, it's very, very important for us.
Thank you. From that, I just want to jump back to Julia real quick, because you just said something again, the surrounding communities, and we were talking about that earlier and then kind of drifted off. So again, the sustainability committee is there to support the local communities in their own journey, in their own sustainability journey. Can you just walk us through the committee and its work?
Yeah, so we have, I think we're the first sport to have a scientific committee. We also have a head of legacy within our organisation. And the role of the scientific committee is pretty awesome. It's to help us understand and educate our audience on specific climate issues, because every location we go to, it all faces a different issue. It has different community needs, and it's certainly not a one-fits-all approach. So we're trying to go to places that have different issues that we can talk about. So the Science Committee specialise in Arctic, ocean, desert, Amazonian science and climate, and they help us to find the locations and suggest places that we can race in that will not have detrimental effect to that environment. We also work with EY on actually producing social economic impact assessments of the environments that we're going to, so we can understand that yes, we're racing in places that have already been damaged or affected, and we're not going to harm them any further. And that's obviously really important. And then they help us to work out what is the local legacy program that we can leave in place, so that we're about a year or so before we go to a place, understanding what its needs are, working on programs, working out who the local NGOs are that are either already working in this kind of field, and we can invest into their existing projects and help grow those. And then obviously we have the race we take people to, and people, we mean the drivers, the partners that we bring to actually go and engage with those legacy projects, and then obviously help and monitor them afterwards as well. So some examples of what we've done so far this season. In Saudi Arabia, we worked to help turtle conservation along the Red Sea, and that's a project which will go on for many years now, and we'll be able to see progress when we return there next year. In Senegal, we worked with an NGO there called Oceaneum to plant 1 million mangroves along the coastline of West Africa, as those really help with being a barrier to communities, as in a barrier from the ocean to communities, and helping with that rising sea level issue. But they also sequester a lot of carbon from the ocean, which is very important, and also helped with plastic waste recycling initiatives there for the local community. In Greenland, we worked with UNICEF on providing a national education program for all children in schools to understand more about climate issues and empower them in solutions and in exactly what is happening to their environment there in Greenland. And when we head to Sardinia next, in the next couple of weeks, we'll be looking at the issue of seagrasses, how important they are to communities and how under threat they are in the Med, and also the issue of wildfires and rising temperatures, and just looking to help with restoration efforts there following the devastating wildfires that they've had. We, of course, have many layers to the science, and we have an ocean research laboratory on board our ship, which we're working with our partners at the Enel Foundation to find ocean researchers that will find value in actually utilising that laboratory for their own science. And yeah, proudly last night we won our first award, which was the Sustainability Award at the Leaders in Sports. So we're really proud to see that this is a program that's coming together. It's creating action, but it's also raising awareness and kind of turning heads within the sports industry as a whole. There's a lot more we want to do. We'll constantly develop and look at ways that we can improve. In our first season, there's always going to be a lot of learnings, but we're certainly really proud of the scientific committee and what they bring to us, because it's really crucial to what we're trying to do.
Congratulations on that, by the way. How rude of me. There's this work of this scientific committee that almost sounds like that could tie into the sustainability working group at EC as well, because if I'm not misunderstanding, you're also doing quite a lot of community outreach and work with local communities.
Yeah, we'll have within the sustainability working group, we got some people from university as well, and obviously one of the pillars of eSkooter is education, and being in town center or in places where need regeneration in town, in the city. That is what we will be doing with our global charity partner that we still have to announce, so I'm not going to spoil the announcement soon. And then it's going to obviously we're having charity strategy as per se, so we're going to have a global charity partner and then some local charity partner that we are working together to understand the problem of the city where we are going to race in next year, and to see how the e-scooter could actually help this problem, not just when we go there racing, but leaving the legacy for them to then bring it forward for the next year when we come back, or for many years to be. I think this is an approach that is intrinsically for the electric scooter champion, the electric scooter champion, but also the electric championship itself, because it's something that Formula E has been done since 2014 for many years, and that's great kudos to them, to be honest, leaving some legacies where they were going. And it's something that in general, as the sport is more sustainable because of the powertrain is electric, that seems to be quite I wouldn't say a normal approach, but it's kind of a much more accepted approach from the championship in that sense.
I think you guys are already moving us really nicely into my last big question, which is, we've been talking a lot about environmental sustainability, which makes sense because we're talking about electric powertrains and how that is promoting electric mobility in the broader sense. However, obviously, sustainability also has a very, very, very big chunk of it, which is social sustainability, and which is diversity and promoting diversity and inclusion. And I think all three of your series are taking a sort of each their own approach to diversity and increasing diversity within your series. And I want to kind of pose this question to everybody, but also specifically, I haven't decided. So a pure ETCR is obviously your series was open to female drivers, and yet you ended up with an entirely male lineup for the first season. So my question, I think, to you is: are you hoping that what you were talking about earlier, the outreach, the digitalization, the kind of Twitch stuff you're doing, that sort of community outreach is going to help you in attracting a more diverse grid in the future?
Well, Twitch is part of our broadcast and promotion strategy because we need to speak to all generation, any background. We need to tailor-made our communication tools to engage our fan base, convert tomorrow's fans, shift people's perception, and so on. But I don't believe Twitch will help getting a more diverse grid, unfortunately. But however, as I said before, from 2022, we're going to be a World Cup, an FIA World Cup, and the FIA has a very, very long vision and a long-term vision on this topic of diversity, of gender equity. So they have the Girl on Track program. So definitely this is something we are looking forward to developing this with them. Through the FIA, Discovery Sport already became a 3-star accredited program after Formula E, as far as our action and commitment in terms of sustainability are concerned. The fact that we have no air freight, that we have an hydrogen power supply for the cars, bespoke tires, partnership with major NGOs. So we are doing a lot of things in terms of sustainability and environmental things. Well, very humble, to be honest. On our approach, we are motorsports and we are conscious. We are motorsports, so we are not changing the world, but we are. We know that we have to do things better and give a better legacy for sure. So on the gender equity side, we are definitely and completely now ready to welcome female drivers on the coming season. We hoped already that on the first season we would have some female driver, but that was not the case, as you have said. We would love to see a queen of pure ETCR. So we have to work with our manufacturers, with the FIA, with the stakeholders to make this happen. We already have a female race director, which is a good start, because at that level of competition, I think it's the very first female race director. She's not here because she's a female. She's here because she's probably one of the best, and probably better than going to have more women on track in the future. Yeah.
I think, Michele, you have to go, don't you?
Apologies, sorry, I have to leave you. Thank you very much. It has been a great talk. Always a pleasure.
Thank you so much for being here.
Part of these events. See you soon. Bye.
Bye. Julia, let me move really quickly, because we're also almost done here. Let me move really quickly into something that Xavier just mentioned as well, which is the Girls on Track program, which actually one of the supporters of that is actually racing for you, and is also racing in the other big series that is currently promoting female drivers. And obviously Extreme E took a very new approach with basically mandating that one person in the team had to be a woman. Why did that happen? Has it been working? What have you been seeing in your fan base that's having a positive effect?
So essentially, I mean, when we were putting together the blank page for our sporting format, it was again Alejandro who has tried to create all female racing teams, I think in Formula 2 years ago, and didn't have a huge amount of success because sponsors just weren't buying into it. And if it's made a choice and it's not necessarily made a mandate, it doesn't get taken up on. We're not necessarily a fan of quotas and putting rules in place, but we thought, why not? There's other sports where There is mixed gender racing or competition. Tennis is a great example of that. You have mixed tennis, and that's an element of tennis. And we just thought, why not? Why shouldn't we make it fair across the board? Why shouldn't we give female racers a platform in our sport? And I think teams were all actually very excited about it. The only problem we've now unveiled is that you can make the platform, but you also need to understand the talent pool and make sure that there's enough talent pool for our drivers, our teams to choose from. So, we started off by creating the opportunity, but it's now up to us to help, bring talent through, help educate our teams on who those, drivers are. We're holding our first rookie test after our race in Sardinia. So we've encouraged all of our teams to invite female drivers so they can understand and share more data, because that's key to giving females the opportunities in the highest level is, creating more opportunity, but also creating that pathway for them as well. So, we'll be working closely with the FIA Women in Motorsport. We already work with them on, advising who those female racers are out there. We've seen female drivers moving disciplines. So we have Laia Sands, who had never raced cars before. She's raced two wheels on the Dakar Rally, but that was a whole new experience for her. We've seen Jamie Chadwick move over from road racing to rally for the first time. So it can be done, but we need to find the ways to support and transition drivers through. But I mean, Jamie's done incredibly well this year. She's had some clashes with the W Series, but the races that we have managed to get her in, actually Saudi, she didn't get to race. Her teammate actually crashed the car before she could get in. But Senegal, incredibly promising. So I think it's something that she's actually learning more about her driving style and helping support her in the road racing that she does as well. So yeah, I mean, everyone takes their own approach, but we just thought, why not, when people ask why. So, and it's enabling us to reach different audiences, bring more females into watching motorsport. We've had probably some of the biggest moments of heart and soul coming from our female racers, and people have been incredibly positive about them, and they're just brilliant ambassadors for what we're doing on the racing side, but also on the climate side, and a total joy to work with. So yeah, I hope we can see more females across the board in sports, motorsports, everywhere. And yeah, it's great news, and I'm sure we'll only see more of that.
Now, I'm very aware that we have 3 minutes and probably 2.5, and I also don't want to take too much away from the next panel, but Julia just mentioned something about the talent pool and building the talent pool. And I just wanted to ask Cristiana really quickly about the open call for riders and how that has impacted the general, not even just in terms of gender, but the general diversity of your riders.
Yeah, I think because eSkooter is a new sport, we obviously don't have like the base of the pyramids yet. That will be built with times. So like there was this open call for drivers, but in this open call, there was the thing that drivers need to have been doing something at a high level before, like they all have to be athletes. So, and I have to say, the call was fantastic. We had no snowboarder, bronze medal in the Olympic snowboarder trying the e-scooter, and then we had motorcycle. And to be honest, the split is 50-50 at the moment. It's like because we extended that not just to motorsport, but to sport, there is a much wider pool, not just only split female and male, but the diversity that is ethnicity, is the country that they come. It's just an amazing pool of driver that has been coming and trying, well, riders, I would say, or sport athletes that have trying to that drive to try the scooter, and it's been amazing to see how all the different sport and motorsport, because we had as well people from motorsport interact between them. It's just an amazing community what eSkooter want to create, and of course because it's a new sport and there is no 2 wheels, not 4 wheels, is completely different, and because the pool is athletes in general, is sport. So the diversity is very much there.
Okay, well, I think all of the series here should probably just have open calls and also scrap that athlete thing so I can finally realize my dream of becoming a racer. And with that, I shall leave you. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you so much for taking the time for this panel. And Guillaume, I hope you learned something, and I will pass it back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Cristiana,
Thank you.
Jule, Xavier, and Julia. That's fantastic. I mean, you know, Green Racing News is a new platform. You guys are new. We're all startups. We're all trying to, you know, promote this path to sustainable mobility. And thank you so much. The next panel will be on diversity. Actually, the panelists are already here. So we're going to go straight to the panel instead of the interview with Roger Basso, who was recorded a few days ago. So be with us and subscribe to Green Racing YouTube channel. Follow Green Racing on social media and follow the website for more articles. Everything is free. This video is going to stay on YouTube for you. If you have any comments, put them in the chat, please. And thank you so much, guys. And good luck and keep up the great work.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Every day, I wake up asking myself, who am I? Who do I want to be? What do I want for my future? Am I a dreamer? Or do I just want things to get better? Am I a rider? Or do I just want to run the world? Am I an adventurer? Or do I just want to go beyond my limits? I am all of them. And you know what? Even more. I'm a forward thinker. I want to go where no one has ever been before. I want to make history while leaving no trace. I want to go beyond and come back changed. It goes beyond the race. It's an attitude, a progressive mindset. Nothing can stop us now. We explore the future. Who am I? I am an explorer. Explore with me.
Hello, Natalie. How are you doing?
I'm good. Hello, Guillaume. Hi, Carina.
Can you hear me okay? Good?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. On the East Coast, like me, right? So, you know, good morning to you and Carina, Nita, good afternoon. I know you guys are in Europe. So,
good afternoon.
Thank you for joining us. We, unfortunately, Julia Bauer from Rosberg is sick today. Hopefully she doesn't have COVID. So that's going to be the three of you on the panel. I guess it's going to give you more time to discuss, you know, gender diversity and sustainability in motorsports. Last time, I guess, during the first summit, we were not very good in diversity, and I think we've learned from that. You know, as I said, we're on a new platform, so we're so happy to have you guys today. And Natalie, I hand it over to you.
Okay, no problem. Thank you again, Julia, Carina, and Nita. So good afternoon, and thanks, Julia, panel one, for the engaging discussion on electric racing and sustainability. So I'm the moderator today, Natalie Kapati. I'm Chief Engineer of eVelectric, and we're going to start off talking more about bringing gender diversity and sustainability with some of you leading women in motorsports. We're going to talk more about the technology and the innovations that you've brought to motorsports and things that have encouraged a lot of the change that we've seen. I'm honored to be thrilled and thrilled to be part of this panel speaking with you. Of course, we have some commonalities as leaders and women in a very male-dominated field. I mean, to be honest, yes, that is exactly where we work, and so it's an interesting point to bring diversity into this equation. So don't get me wrong, I found a very good home as Chief Engineer of eVelectric. Actually, Bill Beverly, who's the co-founder with Jackson Alvarez of eVelectric, is actually moderating the third panel discussion today. So shouts to him for being able to promote what we do at eVelectric, and as we work together to encourage a lot of the things we're doing in Latin America, which is bringing electrical integration. And my background is actually in battery systems. So trying to bring that ecosystem of battery systems, battery development into Latin America and underserved nations where there's not a lot of that yet. So without further ado, I'd love to get to know you too and learn more about your expertise. So Carina, I'm going to start with you, and please feel free to introduce yourself.
So hi, it's very, very nice to meet you guys. It's also, yeah, I'm very, very excited about this panel and to have the opportunity to talk not only about motorsport, but also about diversity and what it means to be a woman and to work in this field. As you said, mainly male-dominated field. Yeah, my background is in motorsport. For the last 13 years, I've been working in motorsport, starting with Formula One. I've worked in WEC Championship, participated in Goodwood initially. I was more on the hospitality side, but then let's say I opened my horizon, and when I entered Formula E, I was a little bit involved in all fields. I had the opportunity to learn from great people, from men and women actually. Yeah, I was one of the first employees of Formula E, and it still remains my first, let's say, real family in a professional way. And yeah, and afterwards, so 3 years ago, I decided to leave Formula E, and now together with two amazing men, we are starting a brand new electric championship, a two-wheel electric championship. It's an all-terrain championship, which is going to really rock a little bit the industry, let's say. It's accessible. It's going to be in the most iconic places in the world, involving the biggest manufacturers in the industry, male and female riders per team, so a little bit like Extreme E. But you're going to see us in the center of iconic cities in the world, and on top of crazy mountains, on the beach side in beautiful countries. So yeah, it's really, really exciting. This is about me.
Well, that's exciting. So where are you based in now?
I'm right now in Munich, actually. I live in Munich. So I'm originally Romanian, but I live in Munich.
Okay, great. We're very much looking forward to seeing how that growth expands and seeing what you all are doing in this area. Totally understanding that, you know, being a female in this industry, but also having strong male advocates is really, really important. And I see that as you have spoken about having, you know, your partners as well, being in that field and having that sense of family. Really appreciate that.
I do think so. And one thing that I think it's important is that obviously, you know, women are amazing. They have, they're complementary to men. And I do believe that, yeah, we do bring so much, you know, when in a professional environment, we have maybe some complementary ideas, or, you know, we are thinking a little bit different sometimes, and we bring something more. But I think that the best results, at least from what my experience was, is when actually men and women work together, but in an equal way.
No, I completely agree. And I know that talking to Nita back in, well, just, you know, our exchanges, we do share a lot of that same commonality of focusing on what we do first as leaders in our field, our talent, our skill, our experience, what we can bring to the table to complement everyone around us. And we just so happen to be very strong women at that. So Nita, I'd love to introduce you now and give a couple thoughts about yourself.
Thank you, Natalie. It's really a pleasure to be over here talking about these important topics in motorsports. So yes, I am Nita, originally from Finland, now living here in Switzerland, where the FIM headquarters is based. So I have been involved in motorcycling and motorsports all my life. My dad used to be a road racing rider. He won World Championship bronze in 1975. So I was kind of like born into this life. And it has been a really big passion for me always. And I have tried to find ways how to work there. I have been journalist in motorsport. I have written many books in motorsport, had done my master's thesis for motorsports and so on. And since 2016, when the FIM created the Women's Commission, I have been its member. And for the last, I don't even know, 9-10 years perhaps, I have been the director of the commission. And now, 2.5 years I have been here at the FIM headquarters as part of the FIM management. So now I'm responsible of our 115 national federations and 6 continental unions. So I'm now the liaison director here at the FIM, and that has been also really interesting to really see what is going on in different countries, different continental unions, and to find out that in the end, I mean, we might be far away from each other, but the problems and the situations are often the same, and it is cool to see how some countries can provide you some ideas that you didn't even think that would be possible. But it helps you to think outside the box when we are just like in close relationship with all of our national federations. And like Carina said, there are new disciplines coming all the time. So this keeps our life really interesting as well.
Thank you, Nita. That was very good. I think that, just seeing the 10 or 12 years of your experience and how you've been able to transform your career into a role that can be able to influence all these areas and learn from a lot of these different diverse places is really incredible. That's something that, again, what we're doing with EVE Electric and what I've been trying to do is I focus in passenger vehicles, and now we're moving into things that are like fleet vehicles and things that are being able to be used in larger environments. I actually started back maybe also 11 years ago, back in collegiate competition, doing Formula Electric and Formula Hybrid. So I have a little bit of a soft spot for it. I'm trying to see where I can actually get into that again. And I've been asking. I was like, hey, Bill, how can we get into motorsports again? And I think this is a great way for me to kick off that discussion with you on the different ways we can remove those barriers of entry for motorsports, for women in motorsports, and for the technologies that have enabled a lot of the changes that we've seen. So I guess to kick this off, I'd like to really focus on some of the 1 or 2 top technical innovations that have drastically changed your area in motorsports in the last 5 years. Carina, would you like to start?
I think this you will have even more technical information than me, but the most obvious is the batteries, which are smaller, lighter, longer lasting, and the technology has been progressing in a phenomenal way, and it's still progressing every year. They're being more solid, they're being smaller, especially I think for the motorbikes. They have managed right now to create some fantastic technologies to make them smaller, lighter, which means that it's not only smaller, but they also become more powerful. So there's non-stop new ways and more sustainable ways, let's say, as much as we can say about batteries, that are coming on the market. So then I think the materials that are being used for cars, for motorbikes, for bicycles, they are stronger and lighter, which obviously help a lot, especially for motorsport, for racing. They're giving clear competitive advantage to certain vehicles. And yeah, I think these are the 2, and probably data as well, especially in electric racing. I think that data has been extremely useful in order to analyze and to keep track of the entire advancement of the technology, from monitoring the batteries, the humans, the riders, or the drivers. So yeah, it's enabling also every team to be more competitive, to give them as much information as possible, and also to come as closer to the public, because this has given data, I think, in the last years, that access to the data has given people more insight about what does it mean actually to be a driver. Like 20 years ago, you couldn't understand how is the heartbeat of a rider, what is the actual adrenaline, how does it go up and down. So yeah, I think these for me are the 3 parts that are quite important.
Oh no, you touched on a really important part. I mean, of course, I can talk more on batteries, but I mean, there's always a sense of how safe is a battery. Should we have that in these high performance vehicles? Is that a concern that that FIM has today, or they're just trying to make it as energy dense as possible? Is there ways that you're trying to kind of remove that perception of unsafe in the industry?
Sorry, was that for me or Carina?
Both of you. Yeah. So, I mean, it's the idea that I've always tried to push back against that idea that batteries are unsafe because it is really inherent in the design and the application. So is that something that you're finding as a pushback to using more lithium-ion battery packs or using other renewable energy sources?
I think, do you mind, Nita, if I answer just this? Because it's actually, this is a very good point, even in relation to our new championship, because the whole point of E-Xplorer actually is it doesn't exist, I mean, not really structured in terms of guidance, of regulations, of rules, for actual powerful motorbikes. There's no clear guidelines. So with E-Xplorer, for example, what we are aiming for is to gather the main actors of the industry, whether we are talking about the federation, has been incredibly supportive for this entire project. So federation, manufacturers, industry participants, before there was Michele, like Enel or other brands, like ABB, I don't know, all the main actors from this industry who actually have something valuable to say and to come up with safety regulations, with ease of use, with a roadmap for development. And I think that this is very important, to gather everybody and to think first about safety, because motorcycles, for example, have had a history of, let's say, people would think like, oh, it's so unsafe, and battery now adds up to the unsafeness of a motorbike. But I think by putting everybody around the same table, there are so many solutions that are easily applicable in order to get a safer and a more sustainable way of using the batteries, especially on motorbikes and on bikes as well.
No, that's amazing to hear. I've seen that fight, that struggle with regulations and standardizing the approach to what makes a product safe, let alone in these very high performance applications, batteries and motorcycles especially. But in general, as we create new technologies, what is it that we have to do to ensure the quality and safety of this work? So I'm really happy to hear that there is a platform, there's a forum that you're working on to enable that. And Nita, do you have any comments on or piggyback off of Carina?
Yeah, I'm just impressed how everything has changed just in a couple of years. It was only I think 5 years ago when I was having a electric superbike, I went on the track and I was only able to do half an hour with the battery, and it weighted so much. It was super, super heavy to do that. And if you wanted to do few hours of riding over there, you needed to have 3 batteries, and one battery was 3,000 euros. So because there was not enough time to charge one while you wanted to do more riding. So you always needed to have 3, they were heavy and expensive and so on. And now we have completely different situation over here. And it was just a few years. So we can only think where we will be in after a few years' time.
No, that's a really good point. There's been a lot of increase in focus in the battery industry and in the world in trying to make them more compact and longer range and faster charging. So again, this is more focused on you. And I also wanted to touch base on Nita, as you had mentioned to me that there are some other technical innovations. And I do like the data point as well, to bring that data point back in. What do you
Did we lose her?
I think so.
Okay, Carina, it's now you and me. Let's do it. So I think Natalie wanted to ask from my side regarding the technical innovations. And for me at the FIM, it is also interesting to see how some technical innovations have brought more, I would say, safety and also fairness to the motorcycling, because right now we are able to see easily who did the jump start, who crossed the track lines and so on. So we are able to see now fairly from everybody, and it's not just that one guy is seeing a few riders doing something, but we can really monitor it thanks to our technology, the innovations these days.
Yeah, absolutely. And I find this fantastic. As I said before, I think it's all about accessibility as well. And, to be able to sit in front of your laptop or in front of your TV or, smartphone and have all this data, and imagine actually what that, hero that is competing is feeling and how much he's jumping. And so I think it's fantastic.
Absolutely. Welcome back, Natalie. I think you are now there.
Yeah, I heard a little bit. I could hear you, but I couldn't see you. And this is interesting. Of course, always on the day that you have a conference. But I did hear a lot about that data. And actually, Moving towards the next question, which is, what are some of the innovations that you think that motorsports will bring to the mass market? I think a lot of that is data. A lot of that is how do you collect data at high speeds? How do you use that to inform, for example, your riders? Like, what are some of the things that you particularly, like you mentioned, heartbeat, heart race, like, does that inform the health of a rider? Like, can you say you can ride today, you can't? Like, what do you do with the data and the information? And actually, in this day, how do you keep it safe and secure and also accessible?
Nita,
you want to go first?
So I think that, yeah, for the data, mainly, it depends if you're talking about the data that you gather from the motorcycle, or the car, or, whatever vehicle it is, because you can put this on any vehicles almost, and you can see actually the performance, whether it's the battery, or the motor, or whatever it could be. And then in order to improve, you will analyze this data. How does the vehicle actually reacts to the different the different environment in which is racing, or is it heating up? For example, yes, this has been very useful in terms of safety, because if you see that the battery was heating up at the very beginning when electric racing started, that was actually one of the issues, the overheat of the batteries. And yeah, I mean, it was important, to be able to have this data, to have this transparency over this information. So obviously it helps a lot even for safety. And in regards to the riders, I think it's of course it's important to see the heart rate of people, but I guess that they're all like high competitive athletes. So I don't think that was the biggest worry, whether they're going to have a heart attack or not. I think it's more, from an not necessarily entertainment perspective, but again, for the general public to be able to relate to these athletes, to this competition guys, to understand, what it is to be there, for people to relate actually. Mm-hmm. When they're going sometimes, with, 300 kilometers per hour in some cases, in some cars, it's like, it's not nothing. If you put like a regular person that is not racing in a car and it's going for 300 kilometers, your heart is going to explode. Yeah.
Yeah, you would love to see some heart.
Oh.
And no, we lost her.
Yeah, no, but I guess that what Natalie was asking as well is that the technological innovations in motorsport that, so Natalie, sorry, I started to anticipate your question actually, because we were talking about the technology developments that we think that will be transferred in the mass market. So.
Yes. Can you hear me? I might just take my.
We heard you partly, but not anymore.
Yeah.
So anyways, yeah, Carina, go ahead.
No, I mean, we come back to the same. I think the batteries and the powertrains, again, is so obvious in this industry that all the information gathered and tested on circuits in live or not live, all this data, all this information, all the problems are being solved afterwards in order to be put on the streets. So I think the batteries and the powertrains are the main thing. Like the motors, the inverters, it's just a fantastic way to test the entire technology on the circuits, and many brands have done this in Formula E, for example. I mean, it is still the championship with the most manufacturers, and it just worked perfectly. And this is what we're going to do with E-Xplorer as well, because we also have several manufacturers, really good ones from small to big, and it's going to be the same sort of concept, to be able to help the industry to develop and to test them during our races.
Yeah, exactly. And this is exactly what you meant, that people usually don't understand how much testing we are doing actually in motorsport, in our races, how many innovations are coming. It could be for safety or whatever that is needed in the mass markets. And when they complain about that motorsport is not, it's just waste of time and money and causing environmental problems and so on, they don't think how much it's actually affecting positively to the mass market.
100%. And I do think that there's another part of it is like the entire gamification, artificial intelligence, the simulators. And so I think that this sort of technology innovate. I mean, it all started, simulators, to simulate that you're in a race. But what you can do right now with the entire gamification area, it's absolutely insane. So it's another sort of technology. But how many Formula One drivers, Formula E? I think even in motorcycle, they are training actually on these simulators, which are like almost exactly the same. Right now, you have these new, let's say, digital ways that the fans can be involved in a race. There has been the fan boost, the attack mode. It's so many cool ways that I keep coming back to accessibility. But for me, this has been such an important factor, even together with Valentin, to our CEO, to create, a championship in which people can participate, that have something to say and that we listen to them. So I think that this has actually been a huge technology development. So yeah.
Yeah, that's true. There are many things what we have already seen coming from the racing world to the mass markets. I mean, I'm sure in a few years' time we will have more and more airbag suits. We will have more bikes with traction control and quick shifters and so on. So we are already seeing many innovations coming exactly from the racing world.
100%. Even, yeah, absolutely. This is exactly what we were talking about just a few days ago regarding, the entire rider safety, because, sometimes they will go into really extreme places. And me, that I'm not coming, from a two-wheel industry, I'm like, okay, so what do they have? Do they have airbags? Do they have this? They're like, no, actually, normally they don't. And I'm like, well, they have to say to have. And Valentin, who's a rider, he's like, we will make them wear it. We will have them like new technologies, new sort of protection that actually can be so easily adapted and put into the mass market, so that the riding, let's say the people who are riding motorcycles and bikes, can put them in motorcycle. The fact of riding a motorcycle doesn't have to become more to be a dangerous sport or something.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, I missed this energetic discussion. I have no idea of this. Is usually never happens, so I apologize. I've connected to my phone, of course, out of all things. I have a 5G network and I have to use my phone, which is ridiculous. But let us, I think you were covering the technological innovations that are going to be transferred to the mass market. Okay, so I'm pretty sure the audience loved that. I wish I could go back and rewatch it and see what your answers were, but I do know that the next question is really focusing more on and switching a little bit more on the percentage of women in motorsports in your organization, and how have you seen that number change over the past 5 years?
Yeah, we, for example, here at the FIM, we have at the headquarters, we have 50-50 around men and women. I think a little bit more women actually at the moment. But when it goes to the federations, at the moment, out of our 115 national federations, we have 5 female presidents. Sounds not so much, but in the beginning of the year, we had only 3. So the increase during this year has been quite good. And I really hope that we would have more female leaders also in the future in the federations. And I think around 20, we have around 20 secretary generals who are female, and in the commissions about 13%. This is including the Women's Commission as well. So basically all our members are women. We just lost a couple of years ago our only male member. So the number hasn't really been that good as we would like it to be. The problem, I think, is not that the FIM or the commission directors wouldn't like to have women. It's the opposite. It is difficult for the national federations to appoint women to the FIM commissions because they don't have the pool of women who would be willing to do that. First of all, because many women don't even know about the possibilities there are in the motorcycling world for them. And that's also part of our mission to really spread the word out and tell that, okay, you can do this as well, and you are welcome into this world. but also there are many women who think that they are not ready to jump into the international level. They somehow put themselves down, even if they would be completely skilled and they would have really good qualities to do this job. So it is also a shame that so many women think that they shouldn't do that because there are more capable people. And I don't think men really think that way. It's more of the women's problem to demand too much. So I really hope that we are able to have soon more and more women.
No, I agree. And I see that in a lot of the, in the competitive sports fields, the idea that we might take a lot of the environment on as women, as well as what we're doing in our day-to-day. So it's a lot to balance. I think it's a balancing game that women are able to do very well. And so as long as we can hone it in areas that we might not be traditionally welcomed in, but we're actually able to remove those barriers now, and obviously seeing growth in these fields for women and inclusion, and seeing the work that you are doing to help enable more women in motorsports. And Carina, did you have anything else to add?
Yeah, I think, well, from my side, we are just building right now our organization, and for us, I mean, let's take a step backwards. When I was working like in F1 or in all the, let's say, traditional motorsports, it was clearly, like a male-driven environment. I entered Formula E, and from the very beginning, we were 50-50. Even at a certain point, we were a little bit more. Therefore, the way we have worked together, I always said, like, this is not an ideal. I mean, it is an idealistic, let's say, world, because you have both sides. But this is also happening. It depends, what is arguably most important is which roles do women have. Because it's great, to have a lot of women in your organization, but are there women who are actually decision makers? Are there women who are going to be listened to through the organization? So in our E-Xplorer, we want to make sure, that there's going to be an equality, let's say, and that women are being listened, and that they are decision makers equally as men, but that there's not, for example, just a board full of a men-leaded board that are taking the certain decisions, and that is also a little bit female driven. Like sometimes we have a little bit another thinking, another way of approaching things. So I just want to make sure that this approach is also taken into consideration.
Yes, and I agree. Finding not only just what I don't like to see is organizations just ticking off the diversity checkbox.
Exactly.
I like the fact that you are finding places where women can grow into leadership roles and developing programs around that. And I guess if from your career, I know I've heard a couple examples already. What are some of the examples in your career where you felt like you were taken in as a woman to promote gender diversity, and which ones, which programs have you benefited in your career? Why did they work for you? So I guess Nita, to start.
Well, I haven't actually. I'm one of the founding members of the Women's Commission, so I was nominated as the one of the founding members when we started in 2016, 15 years ago. So I really don't have any experiences of any programs because I wasn't even aware that if there was any existing ones before that. FI Women's Commission was established a couple of years after us, and we have done lots of cooperation with them. We had organized conference together. This year also, our FI Women's Commission, we organized seminar where we wanted to really focus on getting more female leaders into different roles in national federations, in the FIM level and so on. So we really like to do also provide more training possibilities at the moment, because like I said, it's yes, we need to train people and we need to give them more skills, but it is also part of the training is to improve the self-confidence. Because like I said, that some women think that they are not good enough to work in these kind of positions, whereas they might have really perfect skills, but they just don't believe in themselves. So I think this is really big part of the training these days, to provide both skills and in mental way also the capability to do things and to jump into the challenges and not to be afraid of them. of course, we already have many good women who are already there, but we want to have more. And I really hope that we are able to have also more programs which would be useful for the women who are thinking that if they should come on board or not.
Okay, that's really interesting.
I think it's also a question of awareness, because I look at the new generation, and for me, it's very important that the young ladies that are, starting to, they're in university and they're looking for a job, that they're aware that there's a space for them, because it was so much male driven that you wouldn't even consider looking into motorsport before. And right now I think it's all a question about giving the awareness that actually motorsport can be such an exciting and cool place to work in, and it's not at all rough and because this is the first impression that some women have. And I think it's a question of awareness. There are actually certain programs put in place that I have experienced through the industry in which I have, and I am still working. There was also, since a couple of years now, the FIA Girls on Track or the Girls on Track program, or Women in Motorsports, or the FIA Women in Motorsport. Now there's the W Series that is all about women. So I think that since a couple of years, let's say maybe 4 or 5 years, there's a few programs put in place now to raise awareness, especially amongst the younger generations, because I think it's also a question about the competitors, like who is racing. And when you only have men racing, you cannot relate yourself to that person. You cannot, of course you can, and you can promote, but it doesn't give you that dream like, oh, I really want to get there. How do I get there? So I think it's a question of awareness and of showing the possibility to the young generation of a new, because it is for them, for women, a new industry, new-ish, let's say, but it is like a new industry that they can aim for and they can be really, really good at.
Yeah, exactly. If you can't see it, you can't be it. So we need to have many role models for girls to see that, okay, they can do it, so I can do it as well.
Exactly.
I love that phrase. If you can't see it, you can't be it. That's really good. I'm gonna have to borrow that one. And on that point, I certainly feel like you need to, as you said, create like exposure for women and females, and at a probably a young age. Is there an age in which you see that sort of behavioral development, when you can actually start molding, creating that confidence in women to start going after these aggressive roles?
Yeah, well, I think everything starts really from the grassroots level. It is so important that the parents don't just give Barbie dolls or whatever to the girls, and the boys will only have like the cars and bikes and Monster Men and so on. So, I think for me, it was really good to have a brother that we were able to play together different things and get used to that from the beginning. And for sure, my parents also, coming from the motorsports world, they provided us both opportunities to do motorsports as well if we wanted to. My brother wasn't interested in at all, and I was like, yeah, straight away that it was super exciting for me. So, but we had the possibilities to choose, and this is so important because everything really starts, if you want to be a successful rider these days, you really have to start already when you are 3-4 years old. So it really goes all the way there, and it is important what is the role of the parents, that they really don't push it, because this is another thing that we have seen lately, that some parents are pushing their kids too much. You will never be a next world champion if you have the pressure already when you are a kid, that your parents are pushing that, okay, we have invested so and so much money and now you have to be a successful rider. This will never work. As long as the kids are having fun and they have the freedom to do what they want and what they really enjoy, this is really important.
Yeah, and on that point, is there programs to educate the parents of the riders, or females? It seems like that's also a place to look into. I'm sure you might already be doing that.
Yeah, this is a topic we have been discussing a lot with many federations, and we are now working with that as well to provide some guidelines and simple education for the parents to really make them understand that their kids won't succeed if they push them too much.
Yeah.
A good encouragement and pushing a bit in a good way is always good, but you can't create too much pressure for them.
But I think I'm not very much involved in the topic, but I do have children, and I think for me what would be actually quite interesting, because in school and so on, everybody you have the possibility to play volleyball, you have the possibility to play football, basketball, etc., etc. But why isn't motorsport is one of these the sports that you can actually learn about when you are very young? Because certain kids, until they arrive actually at an older age, when they see it on TV, or when they hear somebody talking about, they have no idea what motorsport is until for a potential rider is too late. So I think for the parents is also to see motorsport as not only a sport but also a lifestyle. So there are certain sports that you can actually relate yourself to it, and even if you're not fully passionate about it, you can communicate it to your child in order to give him more choice than only having the traditional sports, like physical sports that they are in school. So I think that this comes also from the general education and the way kids are being taught in school.
Yeah, that's a good point. It seems to me that it could be introduced as a football or a soccer or an activity that they could
sport.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Just another sport. Is there and this is me just being naive to the cost of being able to get into motorsports, maybe because I want to do this in the future, but how much is it just to kind of get into an introductory, just a year of training to become a professional rider at a young age?
This is really, it totally depends. I mean, some of our federations are already now providing testing opportunities for kids, so that they will provide the bikes, the gears, everything. So the kids can just go there, the parents can bring them and leave them there. They will take care of everything else. So it is really of course, motorsports is way more expensive than when you compare it to football and so on. And it also demands a lot from the parents. But there are many possibilities, and we try to all the time provide also more solutions, and e-bikes, especially trial e-bikes for sure, will be a good thing for the kids as well, because I think we will get more kids involved in trials and motorsports throughout these trial e-bikes as well.
That's great. Where can I get a trial e-bike? That would be awesome.
We will get you, Natalie, on one at the E-Xplorer Championship.
Yes, I would love that. Oh my gosh, I would love that. Okay, and on that point, we want to move to the next question, which is some of the recent technical advancements that have impacted motorsports racing for women in motorcycling. I mean, I know Nita had mentioned there are some innovations for the types of bikes for women, and to be able to enable that, to enable women to be able to ride more comfortably. Is that something that we can see in motorsports these days?
Yeah, I think lately we have seen good figures that more and more women are buying motorcycles, and this is a good sign that the manufacturers have also understood that there was a big untapped market over there. And I have been struggling myself. I'm really average size 165, and I have been struggling to reach the ground in many of the bikes. And also when you can't reach the ground properly, and the center of gravity is the weight is up in the bike, it is not comfortable to handle the bike. For example, if you're on the road, you need to stop to the traffic lights, or especially if you are doing off-road and there are obstacles and so on. So when you are really starting to ride a bike and you don't feel comfortable, that it's too heavy, you can't reach the ground and so on, of course you don't enjoy it. That's not the way how we can have more women involved. And same goes for the snowmobiles. I mean, my thumb is 1/3 of my partner's thumb. So when I need to do the gas with this one, of course, it's getting tiring after half an hour. Whereas now the manufacturers have also seen that, okay, they will make the gas a little bit lighter, the bike's a little bit more female friendly, so they can see it in the figures that yes, women like to do motorcycling as well when there is just good possibilities and good bikes to do that. And this was something I discussed with some of the manufacturers in Asia a couple of years ago, that they really wanted to find out what they should do and how they can reach more women, and it's looking good now.
I also additionally, I think that me coming, with the electric part of things, I think that electric bikes and electric motorbikes are attracting even more women, because it's obviously a little bit more easy to handle, and also in general, like the new manufacturers of electric bikes, they have been very, very active on social media. Therefore, women are more aware, of the possibility of, them riding a motorcycle, and they've been more diverse in terms of they're addressing themselves to women. So I think that with the arrival of electric motorbikes, there will be actually quite a big percentage of women purchasing these motorbikes.
No, I agree with that. There's like a couple ones that I've tried, for example, the Zero motorcycles and the instantaneous torque. If any woman out there, if you really want to get into it, I think just in an electric car in general, those things are zippy, they're fast. And I don't know, for me, they seem to have, because of the battery so heavy, a really good center mass where it's a little bit easier to balance these days. But I have the same problem with my thumbs are a lot smaller than the rest of my hand. So like trying to reach to throttle and to also just engage is just, it's a little bit challenging. So I'm glad that you guys are being able to highlight those challenges and actually find some solutions that cater to us. And I think, on that point, is there anything else that you like to talk about? I guess from your organization's unfair advantage. And the next question, how to promote, well, I know obviously the women in diversity and FIM, and then also just in sustainability. Does your organization do
excited. My heart is beating. Well, we had a strategy. We were hoping that it will work. It did work. We were really worried if our car can make one more lap. So we were really nervous till the end.
Robo Race.
So thank you everybody for joining us in Green Racing today, and I have a very interesting participant in the stage. It's Jack Widinshaw, part of my pronunciation, Jack.
That's all right.
Yeah, we're really excited and thrilled with this type of interview because, guys, you are one of the innovators on the electrification here with this new product. And I don't know if you know, but DHL is also working and investing on these type of technologies as well with a fixed wing aircraft, So, but I don't want to talk about DHL. I just want to say thank you for joining us. And we're truly excited to understand more about Airspeeder. So could you make us a quick intro about what Airspeeder is and how you guys working on today in the product?
Yeah, absolutely. Juan, thank you for having us, and hope everyone's having a good time out there. Absolutely. So Airspeeder in a nutshell is the Formula One of the skies. It's a flying race car series. It is bringing electric motorsports into the sky. Now we came up with this idea probably back in 2016. Our founder, a guy called Matt Pearson, serial entrepreneur. He's always dreamed about flying cars, and who hasn't? We've always thought flying cars would happen in our lifetime. Star Wars, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, Back to the Future. But it's only recently that we've been able to see kind of the convergence of electric vehicles and the development of powertrains start to meet with the kind of industrialization and the scale up of drone technology to be able to converge into a place where flying cars are possible. For us, we took a bit of a different approach. If you look out in the market at the moment, there's 500 flying car companies out there, which is brilliant. It's also fantastic to see big names from the automotive industry start to pile in and make that dream a reality. But for us, we're believing that we're born to the belief that that competition, nothing like competition, can drive innovation, and we've seen that already in the automotive world. We've seen it in the aviation world, and we think for this flying car revolution that it's going to be the same again. And that's Airspeeder.
Cool. Jack, tell me a little bit more about that, because when you read news about Uber trying to uplift passenger stuff, and everybody understands this type of racing and platforms like a platform to test technologies, and this is one of the most exciting things when DHL wants to sponsor and partner with people in companies like you. Tell me a little bit more about what are those technologies that you guys are developing and the challenges that you have encountered.
Yeah, I think racing always has a special place in the any sort of mobility revolution, really. But what we've realized is for Airspeeder, we specialize in 3 distinct areas. And now one is performance. We're always used to that, where you are able to push it to the extreme, with extreme personalities and extreme settings. So you're going to get some great results that do trickle down to the mainstream market, like you've seen in traditional motorsports. But the other side we also are really hotly focused on is safety. So when you have these vehicles going at insane paces with brilliant drivers, we want to be able to push them to their limits, but do so safely, and understand in a benign environment like racing, how these different technologies can keep these pilots safe, and how those technologies can trickle out into the mainstream market again. So we're not just talking about things inside the vehicle. We can talk about how, like our close collision avoidance technology. So how our vehicles are all in the air at the exact same time without physically touching each other. A technology that obviously has results where we can take it to the mainstream market. And then finally, the third one is around awareness. We believe that one day we're all going to have flying cars over our cities in the next 10 years or so. However, before then, we want people to fall in love with them. And we think racing does that really well. It shows off the technology. It shows off some of the people that are connected to this technology, gains their trust, gains their acceptance, which is the previous step we need before we get adoption. So, yeah, I think it's more than just a place and a space for technology to be able to be pushed. It's a real starting spot for any mobility revolution.
Interesting. So performance, safety, and awareness. Let me deep dive a little bit more about performance, because when you try to understand the technicalities behind this, you want to know, you want to understand the performance. There will be more details related to how many nautical miles, what's the speed, how much weight you can carry. Can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, I can tell you a bit more about the series. So at the moment, we are 4.1 meter long electric octocopters. Now, these are beautiful flying machines that have been designed for performance and agility racing. Now, this year, you've had a look. You can't argue with it. And that's part of the reason we're lucky to have DHL's logo on the vehicle as well. But it's kind of what they're capable of doing that's even more exciting. So these are vehicles that have been designed as opposed to the mainstream market, which are looking at taxis, where it's about energy efficiency. For us, we want to create dynamic and performance racing. So to do that, we need an incredibly powerful powertrain. It's got a greater power to weight ratio than a Porsche Taycan. We can get these vehicles, keep them in the air for 15 to 20 minutes, at which point they need to come in and have an electric pit stop where we switch the batteries over and out they go again. Now, in the future, as a lot of the market is looking towards something like hyperfast charging, we'd like to be able to do that too, and evolve with the market to be able to ensure that it's a platform that's relevant to drive new technologies as well. But the analogy I'll give as well is for where we're going and the kind of mentality of how we can feed back the performance technology to the eVTOL or UAM market is similar to something called the Schneider Trophy. Back in 1913, it's this amazing seaplane race. Happened in Monaco. It was the French, the Italians, the British, all racing against each other with these seaplanes, which were only 2 years after they were invented in 1913. And so within 18 years of racing, they went from 45 miles an hour to just shy of 400. And that is just evident of what a platform can do to be able to help drive the performance technology and the way that competition can drive innovation. So for us, it's about laying down a platform that the vehicles are able to race on. We're able to invite teams. Those teams are able to invest in those technologies. And by allowing the competition and the framework to take place to be able to create innovation, we truly believe that urban air mobility is going to be accelerated through sport.
I really like the phrase, this racing drives innovation, competition drives innovation. And when we were discussing, just try to compare a little bit more about Alice, the electric airplane that we expect in DHL launch in 2024. It has 440 nautical miles, which is equivalent to 100 kilometers per hour. And the speed is around the same that you were mentioning. It's 200 knots or 240 kilometers per hour. And also, you were mentioning about the charging. This electric airplane that we're talking about, it's for 26 pounds uplift, but it only requires 30 minutes battery hour in the air. So for every hour that is in the air. So how is the situation with eSpeeder? How much time do you need to charge the battery, or you just replace the batteries and put a new set of batteries? Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so the races are only about 20 to 30 minutes, depending on where we race. And that means we can have something at the moment, which is called electric pit stops, which we've got down to 14 seconds, which I think is quite admirable. Yeah, it kind of puts us into Formula One standards somewhere at the 1960s mark. So we're not quite at Formula One today, but we're on our way. Now, we're doing battery swaps for the reason that we haven't quite got the hyperfast charging up to where we want it just yet. So we're going to be able to adapt the series to be able to accommodate for those new technologies when they become available and when they're able to serve a place, because the race series is really there for not just entertainment purposes, but also for multiple technology developers to come in, test those technologies ahead of flying cars entering cities in 10 years' time. But yeah, to answer those questions, we've got 30-minute races, and we'd look to be able to expand that a little bit. But at the moment, we think attention span, people's attention spans is still quite short, and we don't need to bore them just yet. So I think short and fast races should be good enough for us. But some of those stats you provided of the electric aircraft, they're brilliant, especially when you've got the advantage of a nice fixed wing to be able to offset some of that weight, and you can get a lot more range and distance on some of your craft there as well.
Jack, I would like to understand a bit more about what the partners and companies that you have been discussing with, what is their impression so far? What do they say about your technology and what you're doing, guys?
Well, I think the first question is the one that you probably had, Juan, which is, oh my God, flying car racing, this is amazing. I'm in. Secondly is understand a little bit more about this future that's coming very quickly. So I mentioned before where we have 500 flying car companies or UAM companies that are already listed. There are some big names, especially from the automotive world, that have already started moving into this space. So companies like Toyota, who have invested just shy of $1 billion into a leading UAM unicorn called Joby. Hyundai, the CEO of Hyundai, only said a couple of weeks ago that we're going to have flying cars over our cities by 2030. Daimler, Aston, Porsche, General Motors, Fiat, they've all announced their flying car projects. So we're starting to see these automotive companies transition from we're on the ground to moving to the vertical space. We're mobility companies now. So it's great to see the markets moving in that direction. I think beyond the point of inevitability now. So now the rest of the market wants to understand what type of technology or infrastructure needs to be laid down in advance of that. And using Airspeeder, it's a great microcosm of cities of the future. It's a complete end-to-end example of some of the requirements you're going to need in flying in a city, but just on a racetrack. So although we fly remotely in beautiful locations over water, sea, snow, the sky's our playground, we utilize a whole suite of technologies, things like cybersecurity, data monitoring, rapid fast charging. It's all types of technologies that we'll need in the future in our cities that are just being tested in remote locations for racing.
Very interesting, Jack. And when you were mentioning this, what are those features that you see are in the short or maybe midterm transferable to a tangible solution in the mobility space, in the cities at least?
So some of those technologies that we see porting across, even coming across earlier, I'll talk about things like autonomous landing, for example. So autonomy is already starting to play its role out on the ground. We're seeing that in our streets, and it's being tested out. We're also looking for that in the air. Now, look, that's not necessarily per se going to be in our race series. It is piloted, and we're not going to let the machines fly these ones just for us yet. But there are elements where AI is included within the subset of what we're creating in the race series. So assisted control landing and collision avoidance as well. So where the vehicles can't physically bump each other, but they can digitally bump. So the ability for all the vehicles to be on a common network, such as a 5G infrastructure, another example of technology that we're working with some of our partners on, to be able to communicate with each other, relay a terabyte and terabytes of information, because these are sensor-laden vehicles, to be able to give actual state of where those vehicles are so accurately that the vehicles aren't able to hit each other. And that's a really important piece of technology that we started working on at the very beginning of this journey, with a vision of safe and exciting racing. Now, I think that's just another example of some technology that doesn't have to apply to just the air. We can take that to the ground. It can be involved in a number of different kind of transport systems. But that's just one example. But that data monitoring, charging, renewable energies being used in the racing scenario, and that can also be showcased in cities. It's ripe for technology development.
Interesting. Jack, as you were speaking, I was wondering, what are the next races that you are guys planning to do and where? Could you share a little bit more about our audience?
I would love to announce them here and now with you, Juan. I can talk about the types of racing that we're doing. So we've just completed some races in Australia, which were test races. So we haven't publicly broadcast them yet, but we've done a few different styles. We've done a drag race. We're moving into pursuit and circuit racing.
Okay.
But the style of racing that we'll be doing for our international series, for the X series, we haven't announced the locations yet, but it will be global. So we'll have them in different parts of the world, with different environments and different backdrops, as you could imagine. As I said before, we're flying over grass, snow, water. We can race anywhere. We don't need to lay down the infrastructure that I guess more traditional motorsports requires. We use something like augmented reality sky tracks, where we don't need that infrastructure. We can literally set it up, leave the environment as we've seen it, and leave for another day to race in that location again. So yeah, it's quite exciting.
It is indeed. I mean, I just trying to compare the E1 Formula races with electric vehicles that we are also, sponsoring, and it's quite a little bit like challenging to move from F1, the traditional F1, with the E1 that you have the boom sound and it's excitement, with an E1 that it's muted. You don't hear anything. Is the same situation with eSkooter? It's muted. Do you create any noise around it? Or...
Unfortunately, we're very loud. We're extraordinarily loud. We're electric, but we're loud. And this is great because I think for me, it's one of the most exciting parts of motorsports. Is really kind of lighting up all those sensors, and the audio is a key part of it. So for us, while our friends in the taxi side are working very hard to be able to reduce the noise that comes with electric mobility and ensuring that when we fly over our cities that they're very quiet, we tend to go the other way. We are a motorsport, and we do believe that they've got an amazing sound to them as well. But you got to keep in mind, we are flying in remote locations. We're not racing over urban environments. So it should be a great experience.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm recalling last week I was in Washington and we were discussing with some congressmen about the challenges about it, because DHL needs to tackle that problem of the noise. And people was like, but how come electric is not supposed to be like this and that? So it's another challenge, it's like the batteries. Carrying the batteries is also a lost weight that, you need to challenge on that. But the engineers are working on that, and I'm sure that's going to be tackled in the mid-long.
Yeah, they're getting there. They're getting quieter as well. Like you see some of the market leaders, like companies like Joby, for example, that have near quiet takeoff, which is absolutely brilliant. And this is only just a couple of years of development. I have no doubt that by the time they're commercially operative over our cities, that they'll get those decibel levels right down. But yeah, it is a tough challenge. You are displacing air at the end of the day, which is a noisy exercise. And with batteries, in terms of their weight at the moment, they're coming down, but again, they're quite heavy.
Interesting. Jack, tell me more about that. How do you envision the challenges when you scale up? Because prototyping kind of is easy, but when you scale up the solution, that is where you encounter multiple challenges. Empowering those vehicles. You think that powering these type of prototypes or this type of solutions is going to be a challenge? Or how do you see that problem of powering these type of vehicles is going to be?
Yeah, there's a number of problems in our industry, in flying cars or UAM, urban air mobility. Some of the most common problems are things, or barriers, I guess, for some of the flying car companies are things like public acceptance, battery longevity, certification, regulation. These are just a couple that they have to kind of navigate. But they're doing it. They're pushing their way through the market, which is fantastic. So certification is great. They seem to be amassing to a very kind of common structure and shape, which will allow for an easier certification path. Noise levels, like I talked about before, they are coming down and getting down to an acceptable level, which is great. In terms of batteries, one or two of the OEMs in our space are looking at battery swapping, but most will be moving to hyperfast charging. So another problem with that in hand is skyports or urban air infrastructure, which needs to be set up, and that's taking its time, but it's getting there as well, with the vision of having these vehicles landing on rooftops, with rapid charging and being able to just switch over customers and then fly out again. The big one we think that's going to take a bit longer is regulation. So allowing bodies like the FAA to be able to allow these vehicles flying over urban environments, even though they are quite new. And the big one where we kind of see ourselves helping out the most is public acceptance. So we all want this future where flying cars can start to alleviate some of the congestion on our streets, and we can start going places where we've traditionally been blocked in using clean air technologies and renewable technologies to be able to do so. But it's a big gap between where we are today and where that future is. And we think that there's a lot of work that needs to be done in the early part, which is to get people excited about it, raise awareness about where flying car technology is at as a technology level, and start to move them into getting excited in it so that you and I could hop on one of these vehicles ourselves one day.
I totally understand you, Jai, because DHL feels the same thing. But I mean, we are realistic, but also enthusiastic that all those challenges are going to be overcome. Because when you create this awareness that you were mentioning before, and the public acceptance, they're going to create a push to the governments. And that governments, I believe, from the perspective that we see, it's won through trust. If you win their trust with the safety that you were mentioning before, along with the performance, I think it's a right combination of factors to create, the legal frameworks around how to promote this. You have big players or big governments like China or US promoting this electrification and transition. And also, from the perspective that I see, Europe already lost the digitalization era or the economy of digitalization. Now, what they're trying to do is the sustainability competition to differentiate from the US. And I believe Europe is not staying behind US or any other country in the Asia Pacific. So it's like the right combination of factors that I believe Airspeed is going to be able to navigate with the coming years. I'm truly excited about that type of innovation.
It's hugely exciting. It's both ways. I think the industry and government level in top down is working well, and it's getting there a lot quicker. But bottom up, let's get people wanting it. Let's get people screaming about it and saying, I want to hop in these vehicles. Let's make it happen. And racing did that. We've got to remember that's what motorsports was at the very beginning of the dawn of the automotive era. There were names like Enzo Ferrari, Marcel Renault, Charles Rolls. These are all names that we still remember today because they were racers and people fell in love with what they did and wanted to get the vehicles themselves. And so I think we're doing our part, but the industry is starting to now engage with the public and show them the benefits of what electric, clean air mobility future looks like.
Totally feel you. This is the reason why big players like DHL is behind this type of innovation and solutions. We truly support you. We want to see more innovation from you guys and hopefully start piloting with your technology, So again, this is a very good solution for the first last mile. We are not thinking about transatlantic solutions, right? This is mid-short term or short distances. So this is the reason why your technology is so attractive for DHL and probably any other player in the mobility arena, as you were mentioning, big OEMs like Toyota, Hyundai, they are believing that the model needs to transform. Daimler as well. So this is how I believe the Ubers and all Lyfts and all these technology companies are in this ecosystem trying to bring more and more players into the arena. And I believe Airspeed is one of those. So really, really excited to have this conversation with you, Jack. Is there anything else that you would like to mention to the audience today?
No, Juan, it just sounds fantastic. And I just need to know when we can start getting you a seat and getting you trained up and ready to enter the series.
Excellent, Jack. So thank you, everybody, for joining us in this conversation. We hopefully believe that this is, we truly believe, actually, that Airspeed is one of those players that is going to give us more news, exciting news, and hopefully to see you in the air, Jack.
We'll see you there with us. Thanks, Juan.
Thank you, guys.
The consequences of climate change are affecting millions of people across the planet.
Cities worldwide are going to become uninhabitable.
Extreme E is an all-electric off-road racing series with a purpose, raising awareness of the devastating effect climate change is having on our planet, and fully electric off-road SUVs.
In climate change, there cannot be one winner. Everyone needs to win, or we all lose.
Racing in some of the most remote and damaged areas on Earth.
We're really seeing what the issues are, but then importantly what we can do to help be part of the solution, making this world better for the future as well.
To tackle these demanding locations requires one of the most robust racing cars ever built, the Odyssey 21.
The car feels insane.
To have immediate power when you touch the throttle pedal, it's proper exciting to drive.
With some of the biggest names in motorsport behind the wheel and a 50-50 split male and female driver lineup, teams will go wheel to wheel on the most extreme terrains, in the most extreme temperatures, driving the most extreme vehicle. Backed by a team of industry-leading scientists to guarantee we not only race without a trace, but we leave a lasting legacy at every location.
Wouldn't it be great to be a part of something that really does make a difference?
This is fierce and exciting racing with the future of our planet at its heart. This is the greatest adventure of our time. This is Extreme E.
The king of the weekend in Vallelunga.
The objective is to create a platform that will channel all the change that has to happen. We're doing something completely new. The new venture is E1.
It was a matter of connecting the dots between the technology, the solution, the application, but also what is needed in a race towards a zero-emission world.
As Formula E and Extreme E want to promote electric cars, E1 wants to promote electric boats. It promotes the same objective, which is cleaner mobility. Imagine the backdrop of a city, of the rainforest or the Antarctic, those powerboats racing full speed, tight corners, head-to-head. It's going to be amazing.
There will be up to 12 teams, and pilots will compete through time trials and a head-to-head knockout format.
10 events per racing season, kicking off in 2023 across some incredible locations.
It's the best people in technology and racing. So we're going to build the most advanced boats out there. Welcome to the future.
We are pushing the boundaries of technologies in order to race towards a better world. The future is electric. It's not a choice, it's a responsibility.
Every day, I wake up asking myself, who am I? Who do I want to be? What do I want for my future? Am I a dreamer? Or do I just want things to get better? Am I a rider? Or do I just want to run the world? Am I an adventurer? Or do I just want to go beyond my limits? I am all of them. And you know what? Even more. I'm a forward thinker. I want to go where no one has ever been before. I want to make history while leaving no trace. I want to go beyond and come back changed. It goes beyond the race. It's an attitude, a progressive mindset. Nothing can stop us now. We explore the future. Who am I? I am an explorer. Explore with me.